you gonna call? Wow. Damn, it does stink. Damn. Where? Oh, that's funny as fuck. Did you see that motherfucker? Like, just fucking driving around like, oh my god, look at me driving around. Alright, bitch boy. Is he still? There ain't no way he's still alive. Ain't no way. Ain't no way he alive. Ain't no way. Hold on. Okay. Oh my god, he is alive. Fuck you. No fucking way. He's still alive. What does that mean? Elliot from E.T. Okay. I think over that $28. That's like, it's amazing actually. Okay, it's Thursday. It's Thursday, and then it's he's still grinding though. That's dope. That's dope. Until Saturday on that, and then I got W L though, but still W. Yeah, let's try to get it after this before 5 o'clock, which is actually perfect, actually. Oh shit, it's right. Ah! Oh, I think they love it. Oh, I think they like me. I think they like me. Oh, I think they like me. I'm trying to call somebody. Dog. Oh shit. I did not see that coming. So I believe that they be coming out of nowhere, dog. They be coming out of nowhere. Oh my God, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I mean, you only got one choice. Like, stay behind the truck or not stay behind the truck. I mean, it's your call, dog. Okay, wait. Why does Jack in the Box, why is their sign like higher than everybody else's sign? I think. Huh. Look at my man standing behind the truck. Look at you. Look at him. Oh shit, that's right. I keep forgetting about that. That's okay. No, not here, but I know you thought. What are you doing? Like, that's right. This guy is he's a fucking pro. Not gonna lie. Oh shit, that's right. I was like, what the fuck? Wait, no. Okay, my bad. 18,000 cars a day. So I'm sorry. Look at all the cars. I don't believe it. Why is there not enough of wait, this is Durango, right? So yes, I'm laughing at you. I'm not laughing with you, I'm laughing at you. He thought. All right, so before I go back on that, what the fuck is he doing? Happy birthday, Papa Wheelie. That bike charge up when you pedal. Okay, what am I trying to do right now? That's the view from here. How's that? I don't be here. But there's a line I can't cross, and I think this is it. There's a line I can't cross, and I think this is it. Damn. Oh my God, I can't believe this. You going to bed? What? SS Joe. Okay, that sounds racist. I mean, I guess there's the SS Minnow. What is the SS Minnow? Is that, what the fuck was that dude's name? The fucking Gilligan's Island. Is that the SS Minnow? I think it is. And I think this is it. It's only 7:30. All right, cool. You going to bed? Okay, 2 miles. Why you been up for 18 hours? He's so funny. Wow, he's so fucking funny. And I think this is it. Wait, so he's been up for 18 hours. How long have you been live? Oh, okay, 8 hours. So he's been up since. Right, yeah, he does. He always goes live late. Wait, so 1824 is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10 hours since 10. Wait, no, that's not correct. I guess I got to see some. I says, oh God, look at me, looking at him. I know I shouldn't have done it. But I did it. But I did it anyway. What? Wait, who is that? Who is that? No, please, please don't. Please don't. I confused you all now. That's the view from here. Did I already? No, I think actually, is this the exact spot to turn on? That's the view. They don't even know how to deal with like the speed difference. They're like, okay, he's supposed to be here, but he's not here. So what do we do? I don't know. Maybe. Fuck. I don't even know what I said. But he didn't answer me, so now I'm confused. Let's go to some other place. The 38th floor. Fuck me. Open 24 hours. Yeah, I'm down to go get that right now. And then just get it out of the way. Really out here is crazy. Okay, we'll see what the closest one is. I mean, today was... yeah, I did not need to do that at all today, but I still did. Wait. Okay, nerd. So this one is sus all the way through, but yo. And hello, Hibachi. Like that place specifically, all the way over here. Fuck out of here. Ain't nobody buying that shit. like as many hibachi places are in between, why would you choose that one? And they were actually kind of friendly, which is weird because they're never friendly. They're always horrible. Do do do. Oh wait, this here. Do do do. Do 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 do. All right, but you're welcome to fucking give me more trips from here. Here's my door. 1742. Kenneth B. I didn't really notice anything while I was there. I mean, I guess in the parking lot I did, but from here. If somebody comes around the corner, we had a do. That's the view from here. Okay, let's see. This is where's the fucking address? 8135 Calpena. So wait, is this on the corner? I don't know. Take a look. 8135. Is that it? It is. Okay. Check out the license plate. Is that a Hawaii license plate? What? February 2025? What are you talking about? Alright, let's pull in here. View from here. I'm gonna park this way when I need to show some disrespect. So smiley face and shit. Listen to us. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we're really gonna do that real quick. That way we don't gotta worry about that for the rest of the night. And tight shit. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's not his fault, but it still is, but, yeah. Let's see. You've got to be kidding me. Somebody just left. That's hilarious. Okay. let's open. Take everything for granted, man. Damn it. I think this is it. Damn. Damn, dude. That's the roof from here. That was 3 miles. Do-do-do, 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 do-do-do. Today's Thursday. Oh, that's perfect, actually. I didn't think about that. Wait, let me just look at McDonald's. This is you. Oh, shit. Hold on, what does it say? 1 mile? All right, let's go. Okay. A little bit here, a little bit there. And I think this is it. I don't want to be fucking get bitch. Damn. I've never seen it with that few viewers. Like, so Kick was propping him up, and then they just were like, they just took it all away. Oh, there it is. I see it. All right, so dumbass part. Oh, that's actually going to bed. He's so crazy. Pay attention. Okay, there's Domino's. got me. They got me on that one. What? Wait. What am I doing? You have a lot more days for what? What you mean? What you mean you got a lot more days? Alright, that's what do you mean biking? As a view from Oh shit, I didn't know you could get in through this way. No way. Fuck. Fuck. I saw that this morning. that. I'm surprised McDonald's actually has one of those. That's crazy. Wow. Talk about. I see. That makes sense. I don't know if I should have went to that, but that's true. Here, let me- Oh my God. Damn it! I have T-Mobile. You guys are so cute. You guys are so cute. I love you guys. I love you guys. I just backed out really quick, so I was in front of those people that was trying to like drive as fast as they could. My heart. Don't say my heart. Fuck. Alright, eating. I'm gonna have to eat one more time, but do 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 do. Wow, you've been live for a minute. Let's see what. Damn. He just said goodnight like that. Wait, it's 5:16? No. Don't fucking listen to them fucking pieces of shit. They're just fucking pieces of shit that try to make you do shit. And you just can't do that. Fuck it. Wow. I cannot believe his numbers were fucking 20. That's crazy. Wait, am I going right here? Okay, good. Oh shit. Buddle up, buddle up, buddle up. Okay, that was 5:15. Let's go grab this real quick. Shit. I forget. Gotta see. Oh my God! Wow, they are trying so hard. Fuck me. I'll try. RFK Stadium, what are they talking about? It's crazy. They trying so hard. Hey. So, I'm curious. Here, let me, do you think, let's see, I'm calling. So, do you think that this guy who's going to be the border czar, do you think they should just be going? No, that's his title. That's legit his title. His name is Tom Homan. Well, no, that wasn't really her title. Like, that was just what people called her. This is what he legit is calling him. Do you think he should legit just be going from door to door and just like arresting anyone who's here illegal? Do you think that's a... Yeah, and then they asked him, like, what if they have two kids that are born in America, so they're U.S. citizens? And you know what was the guy's answer? Do you know? What would you guess? Because you're obviously you're Mexican, so he said, all right. Oh, okay. he said, well, that's the Paris decision. And they're like, but you just arrested them. And he's like, yeah, but that's their call. Okay. No, but I believe that. But how often do you think that's what, like, do you think, like, the however many, I don't know how many it is. I can't remember the number I heard yesterday, but like 30 million. Do you think like 30 million people did that? Or 12 million? A Navy guy or an Air Force guy. One of those two. if it's a German wife, it's an army person. But no, yeah. So when you're in line at the commissary, the people bagging your cars, like they're all Filipino. if you're there. Yeah, but you know what's so crazy is all the focus is on Mexican people when 70%, like 70, at least 70, at least 60, but I'm thinking 70 is the number. The people that are illegal in the U.S. are not from Mexico. They're from fucking Germany or fucking the Netherlands, or like all our focus is on Mexicans when the majority of illegals in the U.S. are not from Mexico. Isn't that crazy? No. I'm not talking about, no. They're from European countries. The majority of people that are in Mexico, that are illegal in the U.S., came here legally, and they just didn't leave. So they came by plane. They came from the Netherlands. They came from Germany. They came from Japan. They came from all these other countries. Did you not know that? The majority of illegal people in America are from other countries other than what we talk about. At least 60%. I'm thinking it's 70. But at least 60%. Yeah. No way. It's weird. No way you watched that. Wow. Okay, so you're a terrorist. You're a terrorist. Have you been in England? Well, I wouldn't say that it's unbiased, but I will say that it's smart that you do that. Like, I watch Fox News sometimes, and I've watched like BBC. I don't think I watched Al Jazeera because I feel like if I watch that, I'll be put on some kind of watch list. So, yeah, I don't think Al Jazeera is the move, but BBC BBC is a good. Okay, because I feel like your beliefs are like all over the place. So do you think the Israelis are right, or do you think they're wrong? I cannot believe you. I cannot believe you watch Al Jazeera. Like there's literally no one in my life that watches Al Jazeera. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But go ahead. No, he doesn't. He watches MSNBC. That's all he watches. He just watches MSNBC, which by the way is Microsoft and NBC. Like, how dumb is that for your name? Do you know that's why they're called MSNBC? Did you know that? Yeah, and then they kept it. They were like, yeah, this is dope. MSNBC. That's what my dad watches. That's like watching AOL NBC. Like Microsoft NBC, and then they kept it. But yeah, like that's okay, so I didn't know, like I'll admit, like I always admit I don't know the details about history or geography, but I saw America was trying to make me fuck with like Israel. They were just like, I felt like America was just saying like, Israel, you got to be pro-Israel. If you're not pro-Israel, then you're fucking up. And I was like, why is America trying to tell me this? And so then I started like watching videos and reading up on it, and I just realized like Israel is just being horrible, and for some reason, I don't know if it's because of God, or I don't know what the reason is. Yeah, but why does America want us to be why does America want us to care about that so much? Like, why are But did you read the shit that where like if you were I can't even remember the name. What's the name of the Palestinian land? What's the name of their land? Like the terrorist group is Hamas, but what's the name of the Gaza? Yeah, so I read about that and I learned about it, but I didn't like the people that are living there are like, they're not, there's a terrorist group that's running the country, and they voted for them because, you know, dumb people, like, we vote for, like, anyone who votes for Trump, they're fucking dumb. Even if you voted for Kamala, you're fucking dumb. Like, you just, like, nobody knows what they're voting for. Like, I can literally not run into anyone who can tell me like what policies, and they have no idea. Like I'm telling you, Trump is about to destroy. He's gonna break everything. And no, and now he knows. Here's what I'm saying to you. If they grew up in Las Vegas, because Nevada is the second to the first state in the country. and taking their money from the public school, because you get $5,000 per kid that you can take from the public school. Anybody, if you put your kid in, what do you mean not anymore? That didn't change. No. No, you just have to file. You have to file it on your taxes, but you get to take that money from the public school, which takes that money from a black kid. That, you know what I mean? You get to take your money and pull it from the public school and put it into the private school. Like, that's how it works. Now, that's no. Okay, well, you better file some more. You better file some more paperwork, because so some other black kid gets money taken away from him. Like, you missed it. I don't know if there's a distinction, like you're talking about private schools versus some other kind of school. So I don't know, versus charter. So I don't know the distinction, but I know one of those, at least, if not all of those, you can, like, you get the money. You can pull that money gets taken away from the public school, which gives that school less money, which makes the kids that have no choice but to go there have less money. Okay. Like school buses, or regular school lunch, or regular school breakfast. Like, that's not special. Like, I didn't go to a charter school, but I got school breakfast and I got school lunch. But what if you can't go there? What if you can't afford to go there? pull the money from the, I believe education comes from property taxes. That's what I believe. So of course. Okay. So so okay, so charter schools have been a thing for at least like 10 years. Do kids seem smarter to you? She wasn't Christ-like. Okay, I hate when people say. Did I ever tell you my pastor's name is Art? That's the only thing. That's the only thing I hate about him. He. But yeah, that's crazy. Like that's what's weird about like hearing your opinions. Like even that somebody would be like, nobody I would ever talk to would say that they think it's good to get rid of the Department of Education. Like it's like, I didn't know when I was growing up, but I know that I know what I know. I know that I learned how to use Microsoft Excel when I was in the fucking 8th grade. And it wasn't even called Microsoft Excel. It was because... because the kid won't care about taxes. Like it won't resonate with them because they don't know. There's a bunch of shit that you learn about that you'll never use. But there's a bunch of shit that you learn about that you did not know you needed to learn about. Like, do I need to know where fucking Russia is located on the map? No, I don't need to know that. I don't need to know I don't. Like, I couldn't put the fucking map up. Still couldn't tell you. Maybe if I could recognize another country, I might be able to say like that might be Russia. But there's a bunch of shit that I know right now that I didn't know that I needed to know. And the reason here's my belief. So we'll hear what you got to say. My belief is the war against the Department of Education is because people are learning shit that people don't want you to know. Like, shut the fuck up and just do whatever the fuck we're telling you to do. And they just don't like it. Like when somebody tells me like, to this day, people will be like, oh wow, your vocabulary, wow, you sound so smart, which ends without them saying it, for a black guy. No, that's exactly what it is. It's like, you sound so intelligent. Like, you don't tell a white guy that he sounds intelligent, but you tell me I sound intelligent because, no, but for real though, am I like, yeah, I'm not wrong at all on that. Like, that's probably why you fucked with me in the beginning. You're like, oh damn, he sounds so smart for a black guy. If I was a white guy, I would just be a normal guy. Yeah, but that's the way I remember, like, being in the store and then somebody's like, wait, no, get the manager. I'm like, I am. No, the manager of the whole place. I was like, yeah, that's me. And they'd be like, no, the whole no, that's me. And then the person would look at the fucking employee working for me. Could you get the manager? They're like, that's him. I feel like the reason they want to take away education is because they don't want a smart black guy. They don't want a smart Mexican guy. Like my dad, like I think I told you, my dad was like a dumbass, and he still didn't understand even when I was trying to explain to him. His neighbor was Mexican, and he went over to him and asked him for advice on how he should make his grass greener. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? He's like, what's wrong with that? I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You can't go to like a Mexican guy and ask how to make your garden better. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, that's not okay. Just because, like, would you go to all your other neighbors and ask them that same question? I don't know. But that's, I don't know. That's what's... Like I thought I was just gonna help him. Like, okay, to try to teach him. And I was like, okay, this kid is not getting it. And then Felicia was like, yeah, maybe you could just do it for him. I'm like, what? I was like, wait, I thought I was like trying to teach him. So I'm trying to learn this shit so I could show him how to do it. And he didn't understand. He literally didn't know anything. Like nothing. Like if you could just think about the basic things of things like that you would know in 8th grade, like 5 times 5 is 25. It's the school's fault, because like it's because people are taking fucking money out of the public school that he's going to. So the teachers, they need to take it back. They need to take it back to the way it was when I was a kid. Like, it didn't matter. Like, I could not, at my school, like when I first went to fucking when I first fucking went to Japan, which was when my senior year, I went to Japan, and the principal and everybody was like, "Oh my God, you're so smart," and I'm like, "Me? Are you talking to me? Like, is somebody? Is somebody behind me? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?" No, but my teachers were just like, "Mike, you don't work hard enough. You got to do like the school. Like my parents, I could come home and I could my parents didn't make me. They just like that's not their specialty. They're doing other shit. They're working. They're doing whatever. But my school in Texas, they didn't let me fail. Like I tried to fail. Like I was like, leave me the fuck alone. And they're like, shut the fuck up. You are not going. Yeah, they're like, you're not going home tonight. I'm like, why the fuck do I need, like when I was learning typing, I was so pissed. I would be like, J, J, J space, K, K, K space on the typewriter. You know what? I don't know because, I mean, I wasn't paying attention to that shit. But no. It was because Republicans, in my opinion, and obviously everybody has their thoughts, but nobody thinks about it as deep as they should. I think they probably were. I don't remember ever hearing my parents talk about that we got to provide pencils for the whole class. I don't remember ever hearing that. Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember hearing teachers No, but they have the Department of Education, and then they leave all the rules up to the state. The problem is that you can't do that. That's like having the Department of Defense and then leaving the defense of your state up to your state. That's dumb as fuck. Like, okay, good luck if Russia starts bombing you. Like, that's not how it works. Like, you have the Department of Education who's supposed to take care of education, but then how much your teachers get paid is left up to the state. How much your airman gets paid, whether your airman gets to like have a house or get health care, like that just doesn't make sense. It's like all designed. So what Trump is gonna do is he's gonna break everything like that. All the things that if you can't afford it, then you don't get it. And that's what I think is gonna happen. Whatever it is. If you can't afford it, well, why is healthcare an issue? Like, who was the guy? Like, look at Project 2025. Like, to this day, I don't know if you've heard. It is real because he's actually. She likes that. It is. He's well, national is an exaggeration, but it's in effect that's what's happening. Like when you reverse Roe v. Wade, no, it's okay. So why should a person in the military who gets assigned to Mississippi not be allowed to get an abortion just because she was assigned there? No, that she didn't choose that. because of where the government, because no, that's completely different. And Republicans are trying to, like, the reason they, like, do you remember when they were like they weren't allowing any generals to be promoted like a couple years ago, or a few years ago, like when Trump was still in office? They weren't, no, actually Biden was in office. They weren't allowing any generals to get promoted. And the reason is because the Department of Defense was allowing people that were assigned to a place against their will, like, because they had no choice, they had to go. They weren't allowing any general to get, because Congress, I don't know if you know, but Congress approves every general promotion. And usually it's like not a big deal. It's just like they have like this list of 1,000 people and they promote all of them. But one congressman was holding it up, saying he was not going to vote because you need unanimous consent to, like, batch promote everybody. And the reason he wasn't allowing it, because the Department of Defense was flying women who needed an abortion to another state so they could have a legal abortion. And that's the reason. That's the reason he was holding up the promotion. And somehow somebody threatened him with something, but he held it up for a long time. Like, I'm not, like, almost a year. Tommy Tuberville, I think was his name, who was holding that shit up. But it's like, people are voting on shit. Like, I'm telling you, like, okay, so I guess Mia's telling you the truth. What is going to, like, you have no idea what's about to happen. I'm telling you. Why? Okay, I didn't know that, but Oregon seems boring as fuck, but really? Oh, Oregon is the one, they had a lot of riots in Oregon, right? After the yeah, I never really thought about Oregon. I knew Washington, but they just, I don't know. I think there's a lot of like my dad, for example, never drank alcohol a day in his life. You don't drink alcohol, but I feel like people like believe they know what they're talking about when they haven't done shit. And sometimes you need to do the shit to know, like, to know for 100%. You know what? That's bad because I did it. No, but I definitely, like, I've seen someone shooting up heroin and blood was shooting all over the place, and I'm like, and then they're telling me, like, okay, they saw, so they're like bandaging themselves up and blood's going on, and then they're telling me they saw someone else do it and the same thing happened. I was like, so you saw that happen? You saw that happen with your own eyes and you still did it? Okay, but there's a bunch of shit like marijuana. Do you think, like, okay, so marijuana is still illegal, I think, in majority of states. And everybody thinks it's bad. Like, everyone who hasn't done it, like, if you say the word marijuana around my mom or dad, they're like, oh my God, like, what's wrong with you? But all of a sudden it becomes legal, and then just out of the blue, they got all these strains. They got chapstick marijuana. Like, where the fuck did that come from? Like, it's been fine the whole time. The whole time it's been fine. And just everybody who doesn't know anything about it. Like, when I ran into the first lady that told me they didn't, they were so happy it was going to be their first time to try marijuana. I was like, are you serious? Is there legit a person who wasn't doing it because it was illegal? I didn't know that. I was like, if you want to smoke it, then you just smoke it. but I just didn't think there was a person like that. I was like, I thought if you wanted to, then you did it. I didn't. But when I tell this story to somebody who's always smoked marijuana, they feel me 100%. They understand. Did you know there was a person who didn't smoke marijuana because it was illegal? Like, I mean, it makes sense. Like, I thought, like, okay, that's a good, wholesome person. But I did not know that. I did not know that people were like, please let it be legal, please, so I can smoke it. I didn't know that was a thing. But you didn't try it before it was legal. Wow. Yeah. I Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. That's weird to hear you say that. Like, I mean, me and my dad didn't even talk about that. When I came back here, my dad didn't even think I drank alcohol. And I was like, what? I was like, are you I didn't even know how to even address that. I'm like, you didn't think, like, no, I never thought in a million years you drank alcohol. Like, are you crazy? Like, what? Like, well, I was in the Middle East for like a year and a half. Like, what are you talking about? Like, there was so many more years, but I had no idea that he didn't know. But at least, oh, that's right. That's right. Yes, I did. But it's because they made me drink. Like, that was where I first started drinking, where you're not allowed to drink. Seriously, that's the first place I started drinking, where you're not allowed to drink. JW and Ed Boulay. He was weird. I mean, I don't like. Okay, he might have been like. I don't really, I guess, pay attention to that stuff. Like, people be weird, and then somebody tells me later, I was like, oh shit, you're right. He was weird. Wait, he wasn't supposed to touch me like that? Like, oh fuck. crazy that you say that because that's how I've always been. I was like, I didn't know. Like, I thought they were just a normal person. And they're like, no, that dude's gay as fuck. And he's like, no, he's not. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, that's funny. Like but I at the end of the day, at the end of the day, it didn't matter. Like, people still talk about it, but it didn't matter because, like, being gay means you have to do something. You know what I mean? It's not like you can't just think about it. Like, it's an action. So yeah, when somebody says like, okay, he's gay, well, he's not gay with me. He might be gay, but he's not gay with me because there's an actual description of, like, the person has to do this thing that they can't do with you if you're not gay. Yeah, like, so, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, it's weird for people to understand that, like, that have this philosophy. My dad is the one that, my dad told me one time, I was like, I don't remember what I said. I said something about somebody being gay, and my dad was like, do you, like, what makes you think, he's like, what makes you think that guy likes you? And I was like, the fuck? I was like, he better like me. I was like, motherfucker, he better like me. But that was like the best way to put it. That was the best, like, that solved the question in my mind, like 100% of the time. I was like, oh shit, that guy might not like me. and my dad's old as fuck. Like, I was like 18 when my dad told me that. And so it's a long time ago. But yeah, I was like, okay, I was pissed. I was like, okay, that motherfucker better like me. I was like, yeah, I was dressing better. But yeah, so I just think that people, I feel like kids, like when I see Gian, yeah. What do you mean? You think he's like 21 or 22 now? Oh shit, his name, what is his name? I know, but it's a weird relationship. I don't think it's Gian. It's Gian specifically. Like, Giovanni. Yep. Okay, so, you know, like, I'm not wrong. I know I'm not wrong. I know I'm not wrong with Giancarlo, like, because that was the first baby who fucking drooled all over me. And I was cool with it. I was cool with somebody's slobber being all over me. But yeah, so Gian, he, like, that pisses me off about Nevada's education, because he's, man, if you could see, he did, but he did so without knowing anything. Like, I can't even explain it to you, but I promise you, because I don't know, like people talk like the Hitler shit and the concentration camps. Like, I know that was not a good thing, like, whatever happened, but I don't know the details. Like, I don't know those things. And so I don't think people are smart, because people are as smart as what society made them. Like, I do. No. Yeah. Like, you can't, like, when someone says they're smart or that somebody's not smart, or when I hear somebody say, "Oh, I'm not good at math." No, it's not you're not good at math. You didn't have somebody that figured out a way to make you understand it. Like, it's not your fault. When you're fucking 10 years old, you're not the one who decides, like, if you learned some shit. You're not the one that decides if your teacher, like, doesn't care if you didn't, like, I remember having a teacher that, my physical science teacher, I would miss, like, 4 days of class, but he would fucking pass out the grade book. That's the reason I missed 4 days of class. He would pass the grade book around for everybody in the class to mark their shit. So I was absent and I erased that shit. So I wasn't absent. Like, that has nothing to do with me. You know what I mean? Like, it was the environment. So when somebody says that they're smart, like, I've never thought, like, I'm just disappointed when I see somebody like, so when I see Gian, I'm telling you, the kid I can't wait till I can do something to, not when you're a kid. Okay, no. No. Yeah, but it wasn't, it's not that, like, it's not that there's a point where you can't, like, he's at the age right now, which I want to be able to help him without showing him that I'm helping him, doing it in a way where he's figuring it out himself. But you don't know what you don't know. Like, so with computers and shit, when I saw you open that shit, I just didn't know. That wasn't about me, like, learning how to read. That was like, like, I saw you open the fucking computer and I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Close that shit. like I thought you were, like, whatever you were doing, I thought it was illegal. But okay, I can do that. Yeah, but so it's not like, it's not fair to put something on society. Society is to blame for certain things. It's like black people in general. When you talk about, like, it's like, I don't know. Did you play video games at all? Not really. Wow. Okay, so I equate, like, race, like, in America, like, white people versus black people. It's like if you're playing Call of Duty and the other team got to have all the weapons. Like, they got to go pick up everything else. They got to have all the places to hide. So, like, just in America, you got all the houses, you got all the land. Like, who owns the land? Like, who owns the land? No, that's not true. Who owns the land? What do you mean? No. When I went to Japan, I was told I was smart. I didn't believe it because Texas told me I wasn't smart. They were always like, what it let me know is that the people that I was going to school with when I went to Japan, that's when I realized that it was good. That's when I realized for the first time that it was good me being in, like, even that's where I first started working for APHIS. I was in high school and my dad didn't want me to work there because he thought I would, like, not do good in school. Although I was not doing as good in school. I was not doing good in school anyway. There was a girl in front of me. I was copying her paper, like, every time, like, when I got there, because my parents were always like, my mom was always like, do you have any homework? And I'd be like, yeah. He's like, well, you can't go outside unless you finish your homework. So after that, I was like, nope, I don't got any homework because I can't go outside if I have homework. So now I don't have homework. And I tell my mom that today, and that pisses her off. And I'm like, I'm just telling you, that's what happened. You would tell me, Yes, there are. That's not that's not true. Okay. Okay. Because I'm delivering shit, I see what I see, and you are wrong. Like I can tell the good kids. Like I can see them, and I see them, and I always make sure, like, and I've always been that way for some reason, which is weird because I don't think my parents are that way at all. But I've always been that way where I want to. I don't know. It's always been my thing where I want to like compliment people, yeah. I would never tell anybody this. Although I did tell a friend of mine when I was taking his class, when I was completing his 8th grade class. And this guy, so just imagine it's you, because I mean, this would be the equivalent of you if I was older anyway. He was pissed at me. He was asking me, what am I doing? I was like, I'm doing my fucking nephew's homework. And he's like, what? I was like, no, he's not doing good. He's not gonna pass if I don't do it. So I'm like learning this shit. What made him tell you that? That's crazy. Like, I crashed my dad's car into a ditch while there was a rainstorm, and to this day he does not know. And I would still not tell him. Like, I was 16. Like, his favorite car, I crashed it into a ditch, and me and my friends like washed it all up and cleaned it up. You know, so there was nothing else, and pushed that shit out the ditch. Like, what made him tell you that? Like, what would make him admit to that? Okay. Oh, he was trying to prove a point. Damn. So he finished school like that. I mean, nowadays everybody's completing school through ChatGPT. And I'll be honest. When I did a lot of the shit that I did with Gian, his paperwork, which he could have done too, and that's what pissed me off too. Like, that's lazy as fuck. At least fucking Google that shit. Like, I was literally copying and pasting some of the questions, and I'd have to do like a little, it wouldn't be just like straightforward, give me the answer. Like, I'd have to do some work, but it would like put me in the right direction, because I don't fucking know. Like, you start talking about such and such in China or some shit, like, I don't fucking know what the fuck's going on in China. But I would do it. But when I finished, I remember talking to my dad for a while about it, and I was like, that is literally the worst. But this dude, Tori, the dude that called me while I was doing his homework, he was so, like, I've never had somebody that cared about me be so genuinely disappointed in me. And he was like, I can't believe you of all people are doing that. And I was like, I felt so bad. I was just like, he's like, you would never let me do that. You would never, and he just wouldn't stop. He was like, so, I just never experienced like that. I can feel it in my chest right now, just talking about it, because he was like, and so I told Felicia, and she was like, oh, don't worry about it. It's fine. I was like, I wouldn't let somebody who's not even my family do that. And I'm gonna let somebody who's actually my family, like that's helpful in some kind of way. And my mom and my sister were like, nope, it's cool. They're like, I wish someone had done that for me. Okay, so wait, so let me ask you about that. Like, how do people, I didn't know that you could just decide not to go to school anymore. Like, how is that a thing? Me neither. Like, I didn't even know until Felicia not finishing college. My dad paid for my dad paid for like 10 years of her college, and she didn't finish. Like, I thought I graduated high school believing, like, I immediately enrolled in college because I thought like all that shit was required. Yeah, like, and so recently I like in the last 10 years I like heard of people like they're not going to school. I was like, like how do you not go to school? Like, I don't, like, I'm still confused. I just don't like even nowadays they have like police out looking for kids that aren't in school, right? I'm just saying, kids don't know, parents don't know either. Like, my mom is, I'm not going to tell you, I said something to her a while ago that really hurt her feelings, and I didn't mean to, except I'm not going to tell you what I said to her, but I'm going to say what she said to me before I said it. And I was just joking. She said something along the lines, I wish I had have aborted you. Yeah. So I obviously didn't believe that's what she meant. So I said something back that made her start crying. And I did not mean to do that at all. Like, that was not, I was like, oh, you're like, you're playing around with somebody and you just think you're playing around. And then you're not playing around anymore. Yeah. And I'm like, there's nothing worse than seeing your mom cry. Yeah, because that's why I was cool with it, because I mean she didn't really care about you, so like, you never cried with him, right? And she was like, nah. Like, all right, we good. but yeah, so but yeah, so anyway, I'm a beneficiary regardless of what's going on with me. Like, I've recently figured out, like, actually, for a while I was like ignoring what was going on in my head about why I am where I am and where and I was kind of ignoring the fact that I completely forgot that a few years before, like, except for so you see that APHIS changed from the BX and PX to just the exchange. And I think, yeah, now did you buy something? Why? I can't believe you didn't buy anything. You don't got to pay tax? Like, why wouldn't you? That's like a... No, but you can price match. You can price match that too. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's like a APHIS type thing. Like even if APHIS is fucking wrong. I remember I pissed one of my bosses off because some customer like went through all the chain of command all the way to me about, like, I think it was like Popeye's chicken. Like a combo price was, if they had bought this chicken and that chicken and that chicken, it would have been this much or whatever. And I'm like, okay, well, that's you just think because you talk to me like I should give you like a different price. and one of my bosses, not one of my bosses, like actually the whole exchange boss, the chief operating officer, he emailed me. He was like, Mike, I can't believe this like got to me. And you didn't do anything about it. I was like, well, that's the price. And he's like, but can't you just like take care of him? Like, well, shouldn't we just change the price then? That's like, I don't get it. And he was, yeah, and he was pissed. And my boss called me, and my direct boss called me after like the boss of the whole company called me, and he said, yeah, and his name is Mike too, the guy that was in charge at the time. His name was Mike, and he was like, Mike called me, and he's pissed because he felt like you should have taken care of the customer. I said, okay, am I wrong? Should we just give one person the price, or should everybody have the price? And he's like, of course, you're always right. You're right. I was like, okay, well, if that's the thing, like, I'm just like, yeah. And then he's like, I know. And I try to tell him, it's like, Mike wouldn't do this if it didn't make sense. He's like, I try to tell him, like, Mike wouldn't do this if it didn't make sense. I try to tell him, I said, I wish every one of my GMs was like him. Like, what are you talking about? But I realized, like, recently, I was like, when I started, like, go back in my mind, because I stopped myself from thinking about stuff, because I didn't want to think about stuff. And I forgot, like, 2 or 3 years before I left, I remember talking to my boss about how bored I was. How everybody, every general manager and area manager, whatever, was like, this is so hard, we can't do this. And I was like, oh my God, this is the easiest shit ever. And I'm so tired of doing the same thing over and over and over again. I just moved to a new place to do the same fucking thing that I've been doing. And it was just, it was, I completely forgot that I checked out like 3 or 4 years before, except with the change from the PX to the exchange. That was the most exciting thing I did in years. I think I told you I did that, right? Like that was my, they gave me, yeah, I had moved to let me move this guy's way. I moved to Texas, and how fortunate was I to be able to go back to where I grew up and be the GM at that base. Yeah, so I moved there, and like, it was crazy. I didn't like my dad's friends would like come and try to talk to me, and I hated that. I was like, come on. No, because it was just weird. Like, they'd come and sit in the office, and I'd have to like talk to them. Like, oh my God. Like, come on, bro. I'm trying to work here. Yeah, I'm not trying to fucking hang out. But it was cool to be where I grew up. Like, I was at that base from when I was in 3rd grade till I moved to Japan. So until my senior year, like, I was at that base. And so to be able to go back there and like be around all my friends that I grew up with, it was crazy. It was great. Like, seeing my friends' kids, you know, that I knew when I was 13, and now their kid is 13. No, but not that. I've never been like that type of person. Like I run the shit. Like I hated anyone talking about like the work I did, because the work I do is not me. I'm me. Like the work gets the benefit of me. The work is not me at all. And that's the way I've always been. Like I remember in one of my best friends in St. Louis, he would always be like, I remember one time he saw I don't know how he found it. So when anyone asked me, even at my last assignment, when somebody like in public would be like, hey, what do you do? I was like, oh, I sell electronics. And that's what I would tell them. And I remember my friend, his name is Joe. Somehow he found my picture on a website and he like brought it to me. He was like, who is this? And I was like, huh? And he was like, you motherfucker, like, why the fuck? I was like, because people care too much about what you do, and I'm not what I do. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not, like, I don't know. I mean, can you tell that, like, even just talking to me right now? Like, I'm not, and nor have I ever been. And I don't want, like, I was running marketing for my friend who owned a bunch of bars, but just for fun. But to this day, he has no idea what job I was doing. Because that's not, like, I'm me. Does that make sense? Like, everybody is about the work that they do. And I just don't think like I think when those people die, like if those people were me, they would be miserable, because that's all they ever were. Does that make sense? Well, because you're not you. Like I don't know. I felt like when I was with, hold on, I'm trying to figure out. Let's see. So many people like. And so whenever I moved to a certain place, like even I remember, I think the first place I moved where I was separate was after I left Saudi, when I went to Germany, and I just spent my whole time trying to find out where everybody lived, so I could live where they didn't live. Like they didn't know. I was like, hey, where do you live? Where do you live? And then I found out like the APHIS people, like, because there was headquarters Europe for APHIS was at the place that I lived. Like that's where I was working. Like my office was across the street from the senior vice president of Europe and the commander of APHIS Europe. So like the colonel there, and then the, whatever, the executive. And I didn't want to live where anybody else lived, because I always just wanted to be, which sounds dumb, but I just always wanted to be normal. Like I don't want to be, like I don't want somebody, like I remember the first time I got on an airplane and somebody said, somebody yelled, Mr. Patman, in the airplane. A full fucking airplane. I was so fucking embarrassed. Like my body just turned so fucking hot. I was like, what the fuck? What are the fucking odds that somebody fucking knows who the fuck I am? It was horrible. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. So I think that, I wish it would have been cool to work with you, like when things got, when things were not too easy. The exchange, the PXBX thing to the exchange, them picking me off for that. Like I went to Dias, so that's where I grew up, and I was only there for 6 months. And you're not supposed to get moved when you move to a place because the moving expenses are so expensive. So you're not supposed to get moved for at least 2 years. I got moved like 5 or 6 months later to run the project of converting APHIS to the exchange. And that was that still remains one of the, like, that was one of the best things. But it was the last best thing because I was just bored. I was just like, after that, it was just like, that's what I needed that. Like, it was crazy to work with. Like, I was working with the companies that rebranded Target, and I was working like, and all of these companies that do regular retail stuff, not military stuff. It was like straight retail stuff. It felt good to see these people that worked with like these other Fortune 500 companies who like really enjoyed like working with me. Like they were glad that I was the one. Like even when I was working with like a Domino's pizza executive, because I did everything. It was not just the store. It was to rebrand the whole base. Like we went one in Oklahoma City, so Tinker Air Force Base was the first place that we did. And so that's where I was assigned. And from one day to the next, we were the first installation that went from APHIS to the exchange. And so it was like, yeah, it was crazy. It was like even rebranding the installation commander. Like I'd be sitting in staff meetings and the installation commander, the wing commander would be like, it's the exchange. It's not the, like, it was like, we like had to rebrand everybody. Like we were the first place to go from, I was the first person to get installation approval to go from brown to be able to use blue and red. You know, Air Force Base is all brown. So even our logo was all brown. I was the first person to get them to agree to let us use our colors. Like nobody else ever got them to do that. And it was just because, like, just with like me and you, like when we were hanging out, like I lived my whole time just hanging out. So I would go with I remember I didn't like upgrade my registration when I was in Japan. The second time I was in Japan, the fucking wing commander called me and said, okay, so I got a ticket. I was going to a radio show. I don't know if I told you, I used to do a radio show when I was overseas. Like like the guy, I still love that guy. And we used to do, we called it was Misawa Air Force Base, and we used to do Misawa's Most Wanted is what we called it. And we did the top 10 CD sales for that week. And then if you guessed what the top 10 was, then we gave you something. I don't remember what we gave you. But so I was on my way to this show we did every Friday morning. And cops pulled me over and they gave me a ticket. Then the wing commander calls me and says, hey, Mike, you want to go have lunch? I was like, okay. And so we went and had lunch. He's like, the reason we have lunch, I got this thing on my desk. You got this ticket and whatever. I was like, okay. And they said, just so you know, so you're not getting any special treatment because anybody could have called me to tell me. It's like, I didn't call you. You called me. But he got rid of it. Which turns out he needed me like later, like when I was in St. Louis. Like he actually, one of the bitch ass managers, like told him some shit about a refund. They told him you could go get your. He's like, what am I supposed to do? I need to refund this. I don't need this. It was like a military uniform item, and he was a general at that point, and he was like, what am I supposed to do with this? And she said, well, you could sell it at the thrift store. And he came and told me this, and this is the guy who got rid of my ticket, like years ago. Just being cool. And I'm like, well, obviously, whatever you need me to do, like, I have no choice. You got rid of my fucking ticket. Like, because you know when you get a ticket on a military base, it's not like you just have to pay a fine. It's like you can't drive. Yeah, you can't drive for like a year or 6 months or some shit. So it's like a big deal. But anyway, it was just Like I just feel like I lived my whole life like just I don't know, just being different with people. And I don't know why I attribute it to those two ladies I told you at the beginning, but my parents, I don't know. I still feel like maybe I'm adopted. Like no, and I always thought that growing up, like, cause I'm the dark, like my dad's black and I'm literally the darkest person in my family. Like, what do you think? Like, they're not. Do you? So you've been around my family. My mom used to piss me off when she told me that she used to call you, and I'm like, what the fuck are you calling him for? She's like, well, my stereo wasn't working. I was like, well, fucking go figure that shit out. Like, don't be fucking calling him. And she would call you like you. Like, it used to drive me crazy. And she was like, no, but I'm like, of course he's gonna be nice, but don't fucking bother him. But she was still doing it anyway. But so like you know my family. Do you think I'm anything like any of them? Do you think I'm anything like any of my family? No, like not color. Although I am the darkest one in my family, but like personality, behavior. Like my mom, if my mom goes through a drive-through, like if I go through a drive-through and I'm like, can I get the Big Mac with no onions? Then the person will be like, okay, that's a Big Mac with extra onions. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. Can I get that with no onions? My mom will be like, I said no onions. Like, what do you think? What do you think? Like, I feel like I'm nothing like. Do you see any similarities? I think no. I remember being your fucking, like, you guys are, to me, you're exactly like your parents. I remember, no, I remember your fucking, I don't know if it was you or if it was your dad, but I remember being like in the desert. First, okay, before I say the one with specifically situation with your dad, I remember one of your kids, I guess it may be Taylor, like, Dad, can we go in the dirt? It's like, whose kid knows that who kids asking can they drive in the dirt? Like the car spinning out or whatever. But I remember either you or your dad, one of you, I think it was your, I don't remember. Okay, you probably remember. Your windows were rolled down. One of your windows were rolled down, and one of you like spun out. So I don't remember which car I was in. I'm sure I was in your car, but I don't remember who did it. I think it was you. You did it to your dad. Your dad's window, here's what I think. Your dad's window was rolled down and you spun out and you caused dirt to like go in his window. And you're exactly like your dad. Like, can you imagine if I did that to my dad? Yeah, like that would never be that would just never be an option. Like I remember my dad, he didn't remember things exactly that way. I told him, like, from being back here that And they called. They called her. My friend called her. Said they were from the Abilene Police Department, and was so great that my mom, like, I'll never forget that, like, the faith that she had in me. My friend was being like so descriptive, and my mom was like, they were like telling her that I was cussing at the cop and whatever. And at that time, I don't think I never even said a cuss word before I was like 19. Like, because I always like had like just a logical mindset of, my mom was like, she doesn't want me to cuss. And I was like, okay, then I won't. And so I was just, so I didn't cuss. So I'm like 15 or 16, and my mom's like, they're telling her like I was cussing at the cops, and they were trying to just like talk to me, and I wouldn't, like I was fighting them and whatever. And my mom just kept saying, that's not my son. I was like, no, ma'am, we have your son. And my mom was like, that's not my son. And she just said it over and over. Like, she would never agree with them. She's like, okay, I will come get him, but that is not my son. And I'll never forget that in my mind, like, that she was just so, I don't know, she was just so, yeah. But at the same time, once we finished with the little April Fool's joke, none of my family would talk to me. Nobody, Felicia, my older sister, everybody was mad at me. It was bad. It was so bad because she was crying, and she was like, so, I mean, obviously it was a successful prank. But nobody would fucking talk to me. And so then me and my friends are like going all over the city trying to find flowers and shit so we could bring them to her. It didn't work. We still got them, but it didn't work. But so no, she just, like, they just didn't talk to me. Like, my family was so mad at me for doing that to her. But I just think, so I gave you the example of you and your dad. And I think that's a good example. I feel like you and your dad, really? But no, you guys were always laughing, though. You and your dad were always, like, in the beginning, maybe not later on, like I didn't see him as much, but in the beginning, I felt like I saw him all the time. And he was always laughing. And he was always like, he reminded me of one of my uncles. Yeah, I mean, my friends, yeah. He would just be like nothing, like no emotion. Like, if my friends came to the door to see if I was there, they'd be like, they were all scared to come to the door. They're like, oh, what if your dad answers? Because, you know, they saw my dad was big and I was little. But yeah, and so with Felicia, now I will say that I definitely see, or at least I think I see. I mean, she's dead now, but my dad's mom, I see me in her, like the way I look, but I don't see any I don't see any trait. So like even when you say Felicia, for sure, like Felicia's mean as fuck. Like not to me. No, no, yeah, she was. Because, okay, so remember I told you we moved to Japan? For 3 or 4 years until we moved to Japan, I hated her. Like, I didn't want to talk to her. For some reason, 3 years. No, it's not. So we're close. Like, so I could not stand her. Like, she always, like, told on me and shit. And I couldn't stand her. And for some reason, when we moved to Japan, so when we weren't in Japan, I still had my older sister. My older sister stayed in the States when we moved to Japan. But before then, like I wouldn't even talk to her. I could not stand her. Like I would see her and I would just be disgusted by looking at her. Yeah. So we moved to Japan. I'm in the 12th grade and she's in the 8th grade. I think she failed a grade. And then for some fucking reason, we just fucking loved each other. Like out of fucking nowhere. It was crazy. Like it was crazy. But yeah, we were not the same. And but even beyond that, like she'll admit, like if you ask her, she's mean as fuck. Like she's so mean to everybody. It's like nothing like me at all. Like she's like mean to people and she's proud of it. Like she's nice to you because she's nice to you because me and you are nice with each other. And that was what was crazy when we moved to Japan. Like all of her friends, all of her little like 8th graders are the worst of any age. 8th graders are the worst. Like they're just horrible people. And her friends were always really like they knew to being nice to her was the only way that we could ever have a connection. Because if you didn't like me, she didn't like you. But before Japan, me and her didn't like each other. Yeah, it was bad. But then and then after that, only one other time we didn't like each other. I paid for her. I bought her a trip to. Maybe you remember this. I paid for her to come to Paris. Do you don't remember that? Yeah, because of course I knew you. I knew you before then, because I was in Germany, and so because she was born in London, and so she'd never seen London since she was a baby. So yeah, so that was the plan. The plan was like, okay, I'll fly you to Germany. We'll hang out in Germany. So she got to meet like all the people I worked with, and they were so nice to her, and it was so cool. And then we took a train to Paris, and then we flew from Paris to London, and then the plane back from Paris to Germany. But somehow we got in a big fight. I don't know why. I don't know exactly what happened. I don't know what it was about. My mom still remembers it. And I asked my mom, because she brought it up again. I was like, I'm just saying, knowing me, like, even if I'm mad at her, I'm still going to take care of her. And then my mom was like, yeah, you did. She was like, you guys were so mad at each other, but she said you still took care of her. Like, whatever she wanted, whatever she needed, like, even if she didn't say it, like, I just did it. Yeah, like, I was just glad. Like, I just feel like that's my nature is not. On the other hand, she probably would have, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the difference between me and my family, like, we're not the same like that. Like, you know, an angry woman, like, think of like your ex-wife. An angry woman is gonna do some mean shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, they're just gonna be like, oh yeah. No matter how petty, it could be like the hot water don't work or whatever. Like it's gonna be, they're gonna do something. But yeah, I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, me and Felicia were not. We were not cool. But thank God we moved to. I lost my older sister. In fact, that day we moved to Japan is the last time I ever saw my older sister. I never seen her since then. I was sick. Yeah, I was 16. Never seen her again. But I didn't even know. I don't know when I learned that my older sister was not my dad's daughter. I didn't know that until like 10 or 15 years after I last saw her. So my mom had her with some other guy. But yeah, they never told me that. Yeah, because she's so... What? Damn. Yeah, and I didn't know, because I had an older sister, and I didn't know that at all. Like, so my older sister, she's full Native American. But the whole time I knew her, I didn't know that. But looking back, she looks fucking Indian as fuck. Yeah, I don't get my check. That's why she got her. Do you know that's what they call it? They call it your 18 money. Yeah, so that's what Native Americans call it, their 18 money. But I wasn't enough Native American to get 18 money. They find a way to fuck you no matter what. They're like, oh, your mom fucked up. She married a black guy. He said, we don't give you all shit. You fucked up. Like, but yeah, my dad, the crazy thing is my dad has some Cherokee in him, but it has to be enough of one thing to get it. But that's what I'm saying. Like, so who owns? That's what I was saying. Who owns all the land? And that's why it's not equal, because we were all here at the same time, but only some of us got to own the land. Like, even now, like who owns all the fucking land, and how do you decide? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like, how do you compete? How do you compete if one group of people gets to own everything, and then one day they're like, okay, you're all free. Good luck out there. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, so when people talk, I don't feel like people explain it correctly when they talk about reparations or whatever. No. Like, I still don't understand. Who decides who gets to own the fucking land? Like, you see all these signs like, call Anna, blah, 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 blah. Like, how the fuck is this her land? Like, how does she get it? Like, she didn't earn it. But how do you even know though? How does someone get the land? Like, how did... Huh. Yeah, I mean it's bad, and it's hard to explain to the average person. Says like, oh, black people, boo-hoo, y'all are bitching, everything's great for you now, like you're not slaves anymore, type shit, type shit. But you know, the thing with me the most that my dad said that I never thought about, he's like, he told me, you can ask a white person, or even you can ask you, but let's say with a white person, you can talk to a white person. A white person can trace their, like, so Felicia's husband can trace back to the city, the city that his mom was born, like someplace in Italy, like this place, this place, this place. What white people took away from black people that I don't think any other race of people can say is that there's no black person that can trace their place back to anybody, because it was just taken, everything was taken away from them. Like I can't go back and find like where my dad's dad was born. Like it's just not possible because they were put on a ship and taken away. But have you ever thought about that? Like it's crazy. Like you can go trace your way back to like exactly where in Mexico that you were born. But if you're black, you have zero history. Black people were selling black people. But there's a there's a lot of white people. Did, didn't they come over? Didn't the white people come over with the black people? Like they didn't like send the black people by themselves. Like they came with them. That's what I think. I mean, I don't know. Like I'm not that good here, but what I do know is what I said, that we can't. And I always thought it was so crazy. Like particularly my dad, not particularly, only my dad's side of the family. Every time, like I hated they were so concerned with family, and I hated it. I was like, oh my god! Like every chance I could get away from them, I got away from them. They were so nice. There was nothing wrong with them, but I just hated like any kind of attention at all. Like I just want to exist. Like it's not that big, but they were always so big on the family tree. So they would have this big ass fucking sheet of paper that traced everything back. But that's why, because that's all they had. Like they wanted everything to be like, they wanted to make sure Gion's name was on there. They wanted to make sure Nayla's name was on there or whatever. Did you hear about what happened with? Yeah, but because that's all black people have. Like there's no way to trace yourself back. Did you hear what happened with Nayla though? Did Felicia ever say anything about that? The oldest one? Oh, you moved her when she was being bad. When she was being bad. Oh, oh, damn. Hmm. because now she doesn't even talk to Felicia. Yeah. So it was just you and it, it was you and Gian. Yeah, I think he did. He did. Although they never told me. They never told me about that until recently. But it was like it was being dramatic. So it was just like it was just like my finishing Gian's 8th grade. I thought I was just helping him, like teaching him a couple things, and then they're like, Felicia's like, that's not exactly what I was saying. Yeah, she's like, I mean, he could learn the stuff at some point, but right now, could you just do it? I was like, okay, okay, I guess I'll fucking do it. He's still a pretty tough kid. Oh, I wasn't. Hmm. Yeah, well, what year was that? Oh, wait, two. Wait, this happened. This happened 2 years ago. I have no idea. I thought this. Oh wow. Oh, I I thought we were talking about. I thought we were talking about like way in the past, not like a couple years ago. Hmm. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna deny not answer. Like, I mean, I literally always have my shit on do not disturb. Like, I don't like. I was talking to somebody. Huh? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, I had no idea, but I didn't know that happened like 2 years ago. Wow. Yeah, because I just heard she just told me like a few months ago about how bad shit got, and I remembered like I remember you telling me about the same thing. Like I just like having I don't have that personal experience, but I first learned through you like how bad it was like having a girl. Not like it's bad that you had one, but how bad it can get. And so I was surprised that and my mom didn't tell me anything about that because she only wants me to, I think probably typical grandma type shit where they only want you to think like everything's great. Yeah, but I was like, why didn't you tell me that? So when Felicia was telling me this whole story about how like they're like it just sounds like there's no fixing it type shit. That sucks. And then I think about Gian, like I told you about him, like he's just ruined the school. So when you're talking about like the school system, like, okay, get rid of the Department of Education, there's no way that makes it better. Like it's bad right now, but it could only get worse for him and he'll never like I remember talking to his dad and him, and I would never say anything. Like my dad would always be telling me, like, why don't you talk to him more about like what you think about? And I'm like, I'm not his dad. Like, I can't. Like, I only want any experience that we have together to be positive. But like, it's not my job to say, like, you know, come on, man. Like, why don't you know how to add two numbers together? like that's not my job. Yeah. 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 So she did that, and then they still had a falling out, because yeah, I guess he was beating her. Yeah, like, and I'm like, I can't believe that you guys didn't say something, but I can't believe, like, what the fuck is that? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, he always acts like he's such a fucking badass. Like, fucking, that's the time. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. But I guess she see, and that's what sucks. I mean, it's hard to know. Like, I don't know what the answer is, but where I guess she ended up hating him, and so then they hated each other, and then he loved Felicia more than he loved her, which is crazy. I don't know. What do you think about that? I did hear, I don't remember what it was. I think maybe it was my pastor, somebody that said, you should love your spouse more than you love your kids. Have you heard that before? Huh. Yeah, I thought that was weird. It made sense when he said it. He said, you should love it more than your kids, because you'll always take care of your kids. I mean, he didn't say it like that, but he didn't say it like that. But yeah, it was just like, that you would, if you pay attention more to your spouse, because both of you will always take care of your kids. And that made sense to me. I was like, I never thought about that. But yeah, like, of course, like, if your kid's gonna run out in the middle of the street, you're gonna stop them from doing that. But if you don't pay attention to your spouse, then you might stop paying attention to your spouse, but you'll never stop paying attention to your kid. But that's what's weird. Like, when Felicia told me about the daughter, especially your oldest daughter, like, no, but so, like, Nayla's their oldest daughter. You would just think that, I don't know. I would just think, as a dad, like, that's why I almost think, like, maybe that's why I don't have kids. Because I think I would just be fucking crazy. Like, I just would. I just think I would have, like, I would have zero tolerance, like, like, around the board. That definitely, nobody would be having to, like, complete my kid's 8th grade, like, like, I just don't think, like, I don't know if I could. I would hope that it could be good, but I don't know. Like, I don't know how extreme, but I know I wouldn't let that go. But that's what I was saying about. So Giovanni was talking to Gian. I completely forgot his name. I'm glad you remembered it. I mean, I think that whole brother-in-law thing, like, that's kind of fake. Like, come on, like, he's not related at all. But he, they were we were like in the living room or something. It was like Thanksgiving or Christmas at some point, and he was talking about Gian was like 12 or 13, and he was talking about Gian becoming a like fixing power lines or some shit like that. And it was just like he was like coaching Gian at that point. It was like he was like inspiring him, and I was thinking in my mind, I was like, what? like like, but I couldn't say it. But I was just but then I was just like, but I mean, but also like, I mean, maybe Gian, maybe like you could be like the governor of Nevada. That's exactly what I told him. I was like, and that's what, and I wasn't being funny. I like, why don't you think like that? Not that you, yeah, don't be like, if you're 12 or 13, I mean, okay, you could fix the power lines, I guess. I mean, I don't know how that works, but, but yeah, you could be the governor. And then Giovanni argued with me. And then I didn't argue anymore, because I'm like, that's not my kid. I was just like, I'm just putting it out there. He's like, and then Gian started telling me, he's like, yeah, because it pays good and blah blah blah. And I was just like, what? I just couldn't understand. And that's so when I talk about like the Department of Education, or somebody believing in you, or somebody thinking more of you. I feel like so many people in the world, not just America, in the world, are let down because people think of them as less. And they don't, and it's not, they're not even trying to be mean. You know what I mean? They're not even trying to be bad to someone. They just don't know how to be good to someone. Even though we're like 2 years apart from each other, but okay. That, well, that's cool. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you only get the general manager is the only ones that got to sign those. But then when I finally got to be a general manager, it was all computerized, so I didn't have to sign anything. But we just spit that shit out the printer. But no, that's cool. That's cool to hear, because to be honest, there was only like 2 or 3 I probably got, I don't know, at least 50 different awards of some kind, but there was probably only 2 or 3 that meant anything to me. So, like, I've always had that mindset. Like, if you don't, I think I told you the first store before I moved to Saudi, the GM, the one who I credit, like she gave me my first start. And the crazy thing is, there's 2 bitches. One was the general manager, one was the store manager, and they hated each other, but they loved each other so much that they came together for me. Like, isn't that fucking crazy? You know, two girls that hate each other. That's the worst. Like, nothing is going to go right for you if there's 2 girls that hate each other. But they were like, they literally hated each other. It was crazy. Like, that was my first experience. They didn't like each other, but they still came together for me. But I never, I remember the general manager, the first time she came to my store, she started telling me how good of a job I was doing. And I was so pissed at her because I'm like, I don't know. I didn't tell her this, but I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And so you're fucking lying. You're fucking lying to me, telling me I'm doing a great job. Like, how can I be doing a great job if I don't know what the fuck I'm doing? Like, I walk into the sales floor and I look at the shelf and I'm like, okay, is that the right kind of soup? I don't fucking know. Like, literally, no, but that's how I felt. Like, I felt like I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't know why. I remember telling one of my friends that I went to high school with, because he's calling me, and I'm like, if I fucking get in trouble from this job, I'm gonna turn to that bitch. I'm gonna say, bitch, you're the fucking one. You're the fucking one with the problem. Who the fuck gives a fucking 18-year-old a fucking store? This is your fault. like what the fuck is wrong with you? But yeah, but I remember, like, so when we talk about like Saudi, like, I didn't really know, I didn't know what I was, and so I'm telling you, like, I didn't know what I was doing. Like, I was learning it. But with you, like, somebody like you, and there were a few others like you, I want to say maybe 3 other people that I really bonded with, aside from some of the military people. Like, I still remember a couple, like, one military guy was like my really good friend. It was Lieutenant Colonel Kincaid. Do you remember him? Is Thomas Kincaid. I mean, he would come over and hang out, like, at my place sometimes. Like, it was fun. Like, we used to run. We used to like go. His Ropers, no, he did. I don't think he was. Ooh, he could have been that way. But what was weird, like, especially in retrospect, thinking of a lieutenant colonel, like, he would, like, I want to say cry. Cry's not the right word, but he would talk about, like, the evaluation that the wing commander gave him. And I remember him telling me, I remember him showing me his evaluation, and it ended with, Thomas is a successful leader. And he's the one who taught me what those words mean. So you would ordinarily see somebody says, like, if you heard, like, Thomas is a successful leader, you'd be like, okay, that's cool. But in the Air Force, if you put that on somebody's evaluation, that means do not ever promote them ever again. Yeah, right. So he's the one who taught me, like, some of those little things, like, that I didn't know. Like, I didn't, like, he was so mad that was on his evaluation, and that meant that he was not ever going to get promoted. And he was right. He retired after that. But it was crazy. Like, I didn't realize, like, how much, somebody from that base. I'm sure you don't know about this. This is what was crazy. Like, and I still never really appreciated, like, the power or whatever. But there was a guy who was one of the commanders at what was it? It wasn't Al Assad. It was Al Kharj. Prince Sultan was the base. And he was applying to be the commander for AFIS Pacific, because overseas we had 2 colonels, a Europe colonel and a Pacific colonel. And somebody called me to ask about him, and he was the support group commander. I don't know if you know, like, that whole arrangement, like how the Air Force had, but support group has, like, what were you were, like, probably operations, right? You worked on aircraft? Okay, so yeah, so you were, like, operations group. So support group is, like, all the things that support, yeah, MWR, security forces, like everything that supports the mission of flying. And this guy was the support group commander. I can't remember his name, but somebody called me to talk to me about him, and from within APHIS, and I was like, I mean, he's cool. Like, I like him, but he's kind of, I was like, I don't know. He's a little sloppy. Like, his uniform, like, could be ironed a little more, maybe. You know, and I had come from a Marine base before I went there. So I was used to, like, everything being perfect. You know what I mean? Like, it was weird getting adjusted to it, like Air Force people again. Because Marines just, yeah, Marines just, like, I remember, like, one of the commander of APHIS came to visit one time, to the 2-star, and he was, like, flying in by helicopter. And so I'm with the base commander, the Marine commander, waiting for them to land. And the fucking, the E9 and the fucking base commander were, like, making fun of how this guy was going to salute when he got out of the helicopter, like, with his hand, like, all, like, you know, just they were just, like, clowning how he was gonna look. And I was like, shut up, I'm not in the Air Force, I don't care, like, how he's gonna, but they were, like, making fun of him, and he's a 2-star. Like, can you imagine that? There's a colonel, like, making fun of a 2-star, and of course, as soon as he gets off the plane, like, everybody's like, yes sir, blah 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 blah, you know, they're being all formal type shit. But it was so they were asking me about this guy, and when I learned that I was the reason he didn't get the job that he was applying for because they'd listened to what I said, I felt so bad. Because I would, like, still go to meetings with him. And he was like, I thought I was going to get the APHIS job, but I didn't. And I was like, holy shit. Like, I didn't realize, like, it was like some of those experiences where I started to realize, like, okay, for some stupid reason, like, that's how shit works. But it shouldn't work. It shouldn't work. It shouldn't have worked like that. You know what I mean? Like, I shouldn't have been, like, yeah, I shouldn't have been that. But yeah, I didn't get all that. But I'll say that, like, me learning to be better, like, somehow you saw me knowing already, and I didn't know. It was like I learned through you. Like, we would stay up, like, all night getting shit ready. Like, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. And I remember fucking were you there when Mike Whistler was there? No, I don't think you were there when Mike Whistler was there, but when Ed Boulay, you were definitely there when Ed Boulay was there. And I remember I think it was Mike. Like, Mike is still one of my friends to this day. He was the GM. Wait, was he before or after Ed? I don't remember. But remember, we used to, like, stay up, like, overnight all the way till the morning when somebody was coming to visit. Do you remember that? No? You don't remember that? Yeah, I mean, you worked when you got off, but, like, so if somebody was coming to visit, somebody important, like a commander, or, like, because, you know, we get visits every few months, and in fact, every one of those visits was a reason for a promotion or something, like, happening, because, like, they were just impressed. But one of my bosses was like, why does the store look so good today and it doesn't look like this every day? And yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, so when I was working with you, I was, like, learning. Yeah, because you were towards the end, because I remember you leaving, and I was gonna leave, like, 30 or 60 days later. But I do remember this. I can feel this now. Just like I told you something I could feel with my mom about the April Fool's thing. I remember, I know it's gay as fuck, but I remember every fucking day that you weren't there, it was horrible. That really was. I know it's gay as fuck, but it was horrible. It was the worst. It was like when I saw you, like, when you showed up, coming around the corner, Like that was like literally one of the best days of my life. I like missed you so much. It was so gay. Yeah. Yeah, it was you leaving. I was doing everything I can to get out of there, and they were about to extend me because there was some problem with the new guy coming. And like, I swear to you, I missed you so fucking much. I was like, I am not staying here one more day. No, they're like, well, you might have to, because nope, not one more day. I'm supposed to leave on this day, and that's the day I'm leaving. And then they were just like, they never saw me like that, so they were like, okay, I guess he can go. Yeah, but it was crazy because we were like with each other every fucking like all the fucking time. Yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, I definitely didn't think about, like, when I thought about like getting you off base, it was just like getting you off base so we could go have fun. Like, I wasn't thinking like, all I was thinking was like, okay, well, this is, what do you mean plate to put on your chest? Really? Were you the one that snitched on me? I remember one time in a staff meeting, the commander, yeah, yeah, the commander told me, like, it was like we went around the table and everybody was like talking to me about how fast I was driving. I was like, how the fuck how do you know how fucking fast I'm driving? But they're all talking to me like they're like my older brother. They're like, Mike, you got to be careful out there. Like, and it was just going from commander to commander to commander. Everybody telling me, like, how, well, because, well, what happened was an airman died. Like, their tire blew out and they died. And everybody, like, they were in an SUV. Damn, I don't even know how I remember this right now. But they were in an SUV, and everybody diagonally from the passenger side to the rear, all three people going diagonally died. Which is crazy. But we spent a whole staff meeting, everybody talking to me about how did they know that? You're the only reason they could know that. No. Yeah, I remember we had a guy. So do you remember any other military people because I still know people that I worked with there. Do you remember is there a name of anybody that you knew that was also in the military there? Huh. But not anybody else that was, like, you were literally the only one in the military that was working? Like, where there was no other military person that was off duty that was working when you worked? Kathy? Kathy? Wow, that's weird. Because, yeah, I do. I literally, like, actually, you know what? I told you that Felicia went to, I took her to London so she could see. She was born I think she was born in Lakenheath. And so we went back there, and I'm glad, because she'll probably never, if I hadn't done that, she probably would have never ever been back there. And she was like, I left there when I was like 3, I think, so she would never have remembered it, like 4. But we met up with a guy that was in the Air Force that worked with me there at Prince Sultan, that was in the Air Force. Like, we went ahead drinks with him. Like, I wasn't there that long. Like, how is it possible? Like, how long did you guys stay there for, like 6 months? Maybe it was less than, like, maybe 3. Because I mean, I can remember, I literally have other friends. Like, how could you possibly not know them? Okay, so how about the tent that I lived in? Was there an old guy that shared a tent with me? He was like an old guy that always had his hands in his underwear. Um, because I remember at least 4 other friends that I had during that time. But I know you were the last one, because you were the one that, like I said, I was like, but we didn't even learn that until almost the very end. Like, I didn't know you were until close to the end, because I just remember being surprised that you were like, wait a minute, wait, you live there too? That's where yeah. And I never lived, well, I did live here, but when I don't know if you know, I was here when I lived here when I was like, actually, okay, so I don't know if you know this, I was born in Cincinnati, where my dad was born, where my dad grew up, and my mom was staying with his mom while he was deployed somewhere. And then, so as soon as I was born, my dad came back and we moved here. So I actually lived here. Like, I never lived in Cincinnati where I was born, but we came here, and I lived here for like the first couple years. Like, my mom, sometimes she would be like, we'd drive by some place and she'll be like, we used to live there. Last time, that made her laugh. See, that's right. They can't say jokes like that. My dad does say some weird shit that's like actually kind of funny, but it's not like a joke type shit. My mom was like, oh, we used to live in that apartment complex. And I was like, I hated that place. And then that would make her laugh, because I was like, like, how the fuck did I hate that place? But yeah, so we were here, and then we moved to England, where my sister was born, and then we moved to California. And it's fucking crazy. We moved to California. It's called Vandenberg Air Force Base, and now it's called Vandenberg Space Force Base. Does that not sound dumb as fuck? Wait, so you went to Vandenberg? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was there till. Oh, it's between here and your house? Oh, I thought it. Oh, are you? I thought it was. I thought it was more north. Space Force Base. That's the gayest sounding name. Space. You talking about like Beale? I've been to Beale. I've been to. What's the other one? There's some place way out in the middle of nowhere. Edwards, yeah. Yeah, that's in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like, I almost got a sign. Luckily, I went there TDY, and I was able to realize, like, I do not want to be there. Like, there's literally, yeah, fucking Edwards. Yeah, I think I think I visited here one time. I was going TDY, and I stopped here first, and then I went out there. But yeah. All right, what are you gonna make her? You're gonna make her soup? Gonna get tamales? I thought you said like rice and beans. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, yeah. Wow, damn, she's moving to Oregon. Damn, no. Okay, wait, he's in Alaska? All right. Everybody loves it there, though. Everybody who I've ever talked to that's been to Alaska, they fucking love it for some crazy reason. All right. Well, I'll let you know. I'll let you go. All right. Hey, take Christmas Eve. All right. What time? Just so I know. 5, 6, 7. All right. All right. or like my parents, even though black is supposed to be colored people time, but they do everything on it. They do everything the exact same time on every single day. It's crazy. Yeah. All right, I feel you. All right, take it easy, man. All right. All right, bye. Bye. Alright. Let's get out of here. What? No way. Oh, no way. Damn, that whole conversation was all on. Damn it, I hate it when I do that. I hate this commercial. Alright. Well, damn. Well, at least I was able to remember the whole thing. Alright, let's go to what? Damn. I hate that. Why do I keep doing that? Let's go get some vodka. Oh shit. Ain't no way. Alright. Damn it. We don't know. Oh, good. No. What made it stop? Damn it. Okay, I'm glad Damn, I didn't know. What kind of name is Kathy? Okay, we're gonna get some shit. Fuck! I guess I should have taken that one. We're still fine. I don't need to pay anything tonight. No, I'll be fine. I hope I didn't. Chat is this. Fuck! Finally talk with people of my own age. That's interesting. I didn't see any of that from that perspective. What is this parking lot all filled up for? What the fuck? The fuck? Wakey. Oh, Comet saying hello. We'll call him in a second. He said hello. Hello. starting. Crazy. Crazy. Okay, let me turn this off real quick. Hold on. So does that seem like a coincidence? Does that seem like a coincidence? That just seems seems very suspicious. they're such great actors. They're just, well, we don't really call it actors. I'd call it more of liars, but yeah. What are the fucking odds of that he would park right there? What the fuck is happening right now? I will let. Oh fuck! I forgot. I did get the. What are the odds? This is ridiculous, though. I should have had this plugged in the whole time. All right. Oh shit! I didn't even turn this off, did I? Okay, I'm not gonna leave this on.